Hot mic. Hot mic. Good evening, and welcome to the Council Advisory Committee CAC meeting of July the 8th, 2024. It is with pleasure that the Council receives this certificate of appreciation from the Nova Scotia Public Health Mobile Unit for the town's support of the COVID-19 programming and the use of our recreation center. So the certificate will be framed and hung in our recreation center as a note, because it was one of those very important things, and we rose to the occasion, and it showed great appreciation from Nova Scotia Health. So Council accepts this on behalf of the town of Kentville. Thank you. The meeting is being live streamed on the Town of Kentville YouTube channel, and the most up-to-date meeting package is on the Town of Kentville website. This meeting is called to order. Have all of the councillors received and reviewed their meeting package? Does any member of council have information pertaining to a matter before this council which has not been publicly circulated? The council will be voting electronically on all motions except administrative, which will be by show of hands. Are there any conflict of interest issues that council should be aware of before the meeting commences? The chair notes that we have quorum. CAO, we have been provided with a proposed agenda. Do you have any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Your Worship, there are two changes. First, we would like to remove, under new business, 8C and 8D. Due to the size and complexity of the reports, a special meeting will be held with the contracted planning staff and council prior to the end of July. And second, we would like to move rural tax rate from the in-camera session to admin item number 5.4.
Thank you, CAO. Are there any further changes or removals from the agenda? If not, I would accept a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councillor York, thank you. And Councillor Huntley for the second, thank you. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. The Council Advisory Committee meeting minutes of the 10th of June 2024 have been distributed for your approval. If there are no changes, the minutes are approved as distributed. If there are changes, the recording secretary will annotate the minutes, and they will be added to the electronic meeting file. Are there any changes? No changes? All right, moving right along. So we have two presentations this evening, and they're both great news presentations. So we have the Oakdean Park Community Garden Group, and Wanda Smith and Rosie Brewer are going to present. And we give you 10 minutes to make your presentation, and then followed by questions from council. And council questions directly to our presenters without issue. All right, Rosie, Wanda, the floor is yours.
I'm afraid it's just Wanda.
Not at all.
And then if you're able, just to keep speaking into that mic, you'll be good to go. And once this is going for you, Wanda, you can just hit this whenever you're ready.
Okay. The Oakdean Park Committee Gardens is a big job. Start with one person wanting a place to garden and just to use one box. But that turned into all boxes to be used. Not just one person garden, but a community garden to make it accessible to everyone. So boxes were built up to 30 inches to make it wheelchair accessible. Our mission is to help fulfill needs of food insecurity for the community. We are all volunteers with a little knowledge of gardening by enjoying seeing things grow. And eating fresh food that we help plant, weed, and see the results. When we started meeting in April to start planting the garden, we were still seeing with eyes not quite open to see the big job it was going to be. We now have our eyes open to the goal ahead of us. Oakdean Park has a stigma. Our goal is to change it to a place for the whole community to enjoy and comfort. As I think about the garden, I see how different each plant is and how different each one of us reacts to the garden. We have seen healing, more about each other and supporting each other. We have a big job. We have a bug hotel that's now being used. Watched painted turtles lay their eggs. Children have planted wildflower gardens and made flowers from hubcaps and bike wheels to give us a new fence around our area. We invite you to come and visit the garden, maybe have lunch there. We have enjoyed visitors from India and Africa that walk through the gardens. Special thanks to the, is the job done yet? No. We still got some bins to fill with compost and topsoil, but we're waiting on both of them. Special thanks to the King's Family Resource Center, Rosie Daycare, and the community for support and for plants. Thanks to NSCC for the bridge and plants. Thanks to Kentville Summer Program workers. We can't thank Roxy enough to be here for his love of garden, for his hard work, and for his patience with us. As you see in the slides, we have about 7 bins are filled now. They're growing very. Then this last water really helped them. We were having a dry time, and it was like we were watering by carrying buckets of water. But now we have the hoses fixed in and things, so it's easier to do. As you see by the pictures, the majority of us are seniors. So when these get all up to 30 inches, and it's going to be much easier on us. We've met a lot of friends, a lot of people that we have not seen for ages, and things have met up with us here in the garden, so. Any questions?
All right, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Council, are there any questions? Councillor York.
Thank you. It's just a comment, really. I was involved when it was originally created. You can't run away. We won't let you. I was involved originally with the project when it was part of the Sharing Our Ugly Produce kitchen. So it's so lovely and heartwarming to see it have the love and attention that it deserves again. So thank you and your group for that. Additionally, I want to know how one can build a bug hotel on their own property, asking for a very little friend who now needs to visit every time we go.
You can buy small ones.
Okay, excellent. I don't need a big one.
At the Dollarama. But you would have to ask Roxy how to build the big one, because he came in with, he said, we're going to have this here. So he built it with the help of others up there. They all followed his directions of how to put it together.
Perfect. It'll be the weirdest work email, Roxy.
We do have a bug hotel workshop that's being conducted by the Kentville outreach team for families, so that will be happening for the community.
Great.
So please join.
We'll have very happy campers in my home. Thank you so much.
Councillor Huntley.
Actually, I'm just wondering, what kind of food will you grow in these boxes?
We have lettuce and 2 different kinds of lettuce, and beets are supposed to be coming. We have tomatoes growing, peas and carrots, beans, and we still got a lot of plants. Oh yes, and squash and corn, and even a few strawberry plants.
Wow.
Oh yes, and
And mushrooms.
they are planting mushrooms by the brook.
Wow,
So-
thank you. Great job.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment and say thank you for your presentation. You really are building a community up there in an area where community is needed and appreciated. So thank you for everything that you're doing. I do hear about it. I have been up just the once when it was just being started. So I appreciate everything that you and your team are doing up there. It's wonderful for Oakdene.
Come and look at it anytime.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. Thank you, Wanda, for the presentation, and thank you for all the work that you've all done at the community garden. I've been up a couple of times, and just the other day, when I was walking by, I could see how the plants had really liked the rain, because they really started to grow up there. I took my dog and we walked all through, and things are starting to come out, and that's really nice. The whole area is very well done, and it's really an interesting spot to go and walk through and see what's happening. So good luck with all the produce that's going to come out of that garden, because it's going to be amazing. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Wanda, there doesn't seem to be any more questions from council, so I'll say, why don't you come back in October and let us know how your harvest was? Okay, all right, thank you very much. Our next presentation is the Clean Community Capacity Program update, and I believe it is Sophia and Elliot who are going to make this presentation, and I will allow them to introduce themselves, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think that a bit of a height discrepancy here.
The podium does go down if you
Okay.
want to put it down a bit.
This might be a happy medium between us.
I think it works.
And I won't start the timer till you start.
Ooh. There we go. Alrighty. Hi, everybody. We are really excited to be in front of you today on behalf of the Clean Foundation. So before getting started, I just wanted to acknowledge the land that we are on, the ancestral and unsurrendered territory of the Mi'kmaq, and I'm going to be talking about climate action and sustainability today, and I think it's important to remember that reconciliation is central to that work, and I hope that we can hold that during the presentation. So before diving into the work that we're doing, I just wanted to give a brief overview of the organization that we work for. So we're here from the Clean Foundation, and the Clean Foundation is an environmental nonprofit. It was founded in the 80s, and it's based in Dartmouth, and it works to forward climate action across the Maritimes. So we work in Nova Scotia and PEI, but we support every province in the Maritimes and really work to deliver climate action. So about our program within the Clean Foundation, our program is the Community Climate Capacity, or CCC program. So this program was funded by the Department of Environment and Climate Change at the province of Nova Scotia, and we're really here to provide capacity to municipalities. So we're working with 19 municipalities in the province, and we're adding capacity to their teams. So our team is 12 strong, and we also have 2 lovely summer interns, and we're working with staff to implement climate action at the local level. We're a 3-year program, which is really exciting and unusual. So we are here from April until March 2027, which feels incredibly far away. And our staff is made up of 7 climate leads, of which I am one. And so we are each working with 2 or 3 communities across the province. We are supported by 4 specialists who have an expertise in a variety of areas that you can see listed there, and then our fearless leader, our program manager, who guides the ship. And I also wanted to introduce my coworker, Elliot.
Hey everybody, it's an honor to be here today. So as I'm Sophia's coworker, I'm working with the Community Climate Capacity team as a climate support intern. A little bit about me, I got my bachelor's degree, my Bachelor of Arts from Western University. I just graduated, and my background as it pertains to climate issues is soil sustainability. I'm familiar with regenerative agriculture, some community development, and some clean transportation, and just kind of a nice mix there. I'm really just here this summer to help support Sophia and some of the other climate leads in anything that they really need, but I'll hand it back over to Sophia to introduce herself.
Yeah, so a little bit, Elliot didn't get his own slide, but I made one for myself. So a little bit about me. Like I said, I'm a climate lead, so I am the person who is working with the town of Kentville staff for this program. I also have a Bachelor of Arts from Acadia University, so I was lucky enough to live in the Valley for the past 5 years. And I studied environmental sustainability and politics at Acadia. I did research in sustainable food systems, community development, and more recently, climate resilience and climate connectivity. So to look a little bit more at the program that Kentville is a part of, each of the applicants, when they were applying to this program, had to outline 3 to 4 objectives for each year of the program. And so these have changed a little bit since Kentville began the program, but this gives you a pretty solid roadmap of the work that's ahead. So looking at year 1, which is where we are right now, we're hoping to get Kentville designated as a bird-friendly town. There are a lot of enthusiastic birders in the area, which is really exciting. And we're also looking at stormwater management and flooding. So we're really focusing this year on how we can empower residents to, through resources and education, to better manage the impacts of flooding. And then there's this really cool program that we're kind of partnering with called Quest, or the Quest Net Zero Community Accelerator Program. And there are a variety of phases that are in this program, but we are just at the beginning doing some data collection, and I'll talk more about that in a little bit. In year 2 and 3, we continue the Quest program focused more on project development and implementation. We kind of turn to a more community-oriented lens with stormwater management, hoping to do a demo site and maybe doing some individual property owner support, and some community energy resilience, which will go hand in hand with the Quest program. And in year 3, we kind of change paces and look at biodiversity and conservation, and that ties into the bird-friendly town designation. We are hoping to revamp the Integrated Community Sustainability Plan, the ICSP, which was drafted in 2010, and use some of the resources on our team to update that and modernize it. And then also upgrade the buildings that are the buildings that you spend your time in, so the municipal buildings, through an energy and also hopefully an accessibility upgrade. And I will pass it back over to Elliot.
Yeah, so as part of this program, the Community Climate Capacity team, you get to leverage a number of different opportunities as part of the program, specifically one being the Community of Practice, which is an opportunity for each of the communities within the cohort to interact, get to do some networking, some research sharing, and as part of that, there will be workshops where we talk about different kinds of climate topics. So for instance, what might belong in a climate plan, or there might be some topic specific workshops where you'll be looking at things surrounding emergency management or food security. Additionally, there's also the municipal learning group, which expands beyond simply the communities that are part of this program, and it incorporates all of the municipalities in Nova Scotia to allow for just creating a more resilient Nova Scotia, climate resilient Nova Scotia. Additionally, as part of this program, there's also a collaborative website, which is another resource that can be used to share knowledge. And then also the program the program offers joint funding applications, which allow for an opportunity for municipalities to collaborate with one another in strengthening and creating different funding opportunities. Yeah.
And just because we have the time here, this is Kentville, the little tiny blue, but Kentville packs a punch, so it might not look like it on the map, but it's pretty awesome. And I just wanted to add that one of the really cool things about this program is it allows us to advocate on your behalf for the provincial and federal government in a way that you wouldn't be able to as an individual municipality. So we get to talk about and represent 19, which is almost half of the municipalities in the province, which is a really unique and valuable opportunity. So to wrap things up, we just wanted to talk about the work that we've done so far. So we started off in May celebrating International Migratory Bird Day at Miners Marsh. We had a local bird expert lead a walk with almost, I think, 40 town residents, which was really lovely. Elliot and I got to join in on some of the hemlock woolly adelgid treatments, and we got to learn how to inject pesticide into the beautiful hemlocks at the gorge and hopefully conserve that forest. As I mentioned, we are reviewing the Integrated Community Sustainability Plan and hope to modernize and make that more applicable to 2025 instead of 2010. The Quest benchmarking survey is the first phase of that Quest program that I mentioned, and so that's really neat because it gives us kind of a holistic picture of where Kentville is right now in its energy work, in terms of clean energy, in terms of equitable energy, and then it kind of lays out a roadmap for the work that we can do. As I mentioned, we did some flood mapping. We have recently learned 2 new words, pluvial and fluvial, and we are understanding how those are affecting the town infrastructure and residents. And finally, we are adding capacity to the staff to identify funding to begin implementing these programs, and as Elliot mentioned, seeing where we can find synergies with municipalities in the area. And before closing, I just wanted to give a special highlight and shout out to Alicia Christie and Jennifer West. We have been so incredibly lucky and impressed to work with them. They have been the golden children of our program. Kentville is a leader in the Community Climate Capacity program right now, and it's because of the engagement and passion and consistency of these 2 amazing staff. So we feel really lucky to work with the town of Kentville. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that presentation, and the CAO is here, and so are the directors of the different departments. So they heard your message about our staff members, and as a council, we're also very proud of the work that our staff is doing. And as you heard in the first presentation, we have a whole community who is pitching in and looking at sustainability of food and how we engage a community. So if you need them in your work, you know where they are at Oakdean Park. So council, are there any questions? Councillor York.
Thank you. You had spoken about it, and you spoke about community and how one of the events that you did was the International Migratory Bird Day. It does remind me that our school is an excellent resource as well. The staff and the students there are exceptionally forward-thinking, and we often have migratory bird days that get kind of lumped into our physical education, I believe. So they go birding and they learn all about those sorts of things. They do it through a physical education lens, but it might be an opportunity to work together. And additionally, they are building a school food community garden. So that might be something you might probably definitely will receive an email from me at some point, perhaps about that topic, if that's all right with you.
That would be fantastic.
Wonderful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome. Thank you for your presentation. It was excellent and most informative. So you talk a little bit about, so you're dealing with, or working with, I should say, 19 different municipalities, and you talked about some funding opportunities federally and provincially. Can you sort of give us some examples of what those funding opportunities might look like and what you see them being used for? I know you talked about infrastructure and bricks and mortar and things like that, but just maybe expand on that a little bit if you could.
Absolutely. We're really at a lucky time right now because it seems like different levels of government are recognizing the need to do this work, and so there's so much funding available right now. We are looking at there's a low carbon communities fund that focuses on things like feasibility studies for upgrades, implementations like of community spaces. So maybe that would be like a community resource center or something like that. But then you also see the flip side where we're beginning to see more operational budgets being covered. There's funding coming out. It's called you'll see there's a lot of abbreviations. Yeah, LLCA, low carbon community adaptation. I can't remember.
Local leadership for climate adaptation.
There we go.
There
Thank
you
you.
go. Wonderful.
And that's really focused on those project implementations, so operational and capital budgets. And so we're really lucky to be seeing kind of both sides being addressed right now.
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Awesome. That's wonderful. Thank you.
All right, Sophia, I had the pleasure of meeting you a couple of weeks ago now, or just last week in Truro at the local leadership carbon conference, and as you say, these conferences are being run, and there is money to be had, and it's nice to know that we are at the forefront of that. Elliot, I'm going to put you on the spot, and because you said you studied soil sustainability. During your studies, did you do anything with phytoremediation where you're using plants to fix the soil from oil contamination?
So I should provide some context.
Okay.
Right now, I'm working on a research project with a professor at Western University. We're looking at the relationship. We're looking more so at the relationship between people and soil, and like how we can reconceptualize that to promote soil sustainability practices. So like in terms of the actual practices themselves, I'm more on the side of supporting like the project investigators, or the principal investigators, I should say, doing more of like the background research.
Okay.
But so I'm not as well versed in that personally. But
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. And again, welcome to Kentville. Glad you're here with us, and looking forward to your support over the next 4 years.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, so we move on now to our department reports. The directors have provided their reports for council review and will provide an update and receive questions from council. The reports will be presented and are part of the record of this meeting. Only items of new business arising from the reports will be taken to motion. CAO Lawrence, if you could please introduce our department reports and recommendations.
Thank you, Your Worship. And before we begin the departmental reports, I would like to recognize our new Director of Planning, Darren Shoup. Darren, I know you don't have a report for tonight, but could you come up and just give us a brief review of your employment history? And
Sure. Thanks very much it's great to be here, first of all. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity to work for the town. My background involves both public and private sector. So on the public side, most recently I've worked with the County of Annapolis, District of Lunenburg, and probably my longest stint was in town of Shelburne, where I also acted as the CAO for a couple of years. On the private side, I've worked with broader community planning, and also when I was out west in Calgary, I had a couple different positions out there as well. So decent range of experience, and I look forward to bring it to serve the council in this community. So thanks for having me.
thank you. We're excited to have you, and we look forward to your first departmental report. We'll give you the month of August off. We'll expect to see you back in September for CAC.
Thanks very much.
Okay. Now back to the agenda. Director Wanda Matthews will present the finance report.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Report this evening is fairly short. You will have noted that we focused from an operational side on audit this month. Our auditor was on site and has departed, but we are still working through financial statement presentation and analysis that will come forward to committee in July. I also have noted that we have our Kentville operating fund budget and our water commission budgets are both approved, but sanitary sewer budget remains, so council will see that coming forward in due course. I have provided a capital report and an operating fund report. The operating fund report, I did note in my analysis that some of our allocation entries aren't complete because our focus has been around audit, but wanted to give you a preliminary snapshot of where we are. There is nothing of any concern there for us at this point. Even though there's ups and downs, most of it is just we have an allocated cost between transportation and the water commission, for example. So therefore, some of those costs might be here. So nothing else I wanted to add there, but I certainly can take questions around that report if there are any.
All right, thank you very much, Director. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Matthews, the comment in there about the gun and gang violence action.
Didn't get to capital yet, but I'm happy to talk about that when we get there.
Okay. Actually, no, I know it is for capital.
Yep.
So, but my question
Yep.
was, is there anything associated with that fund that will be of an operational nature that potentially would be used for the community crisis navigator position?
Not that I'm aware of. Negative.
No? Okay.
Been confirmed by the chief.
All good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Sorry to cut you off.
No, that's quite all
right. Okay. So moving into the capital fund, you will note that of our budget of 7.7 million, we have spent 774,000 so far. As you have mentioned, we did spend close to $233,000 on equipment that's funded through the Gun and Gang Violence Action Fund. That was not in our operational budget. So even though it looks like protective services are over 185%, if we had that budget in there, they would be at 81% of their spend. That is a funding commitment for this year for equipment of $250,000. So, so that was welcomed. And we did receive it at the end of last fiscal year so we have the cash in the bank, which is great. All of the other items that are there at this point, we have not adjusted our budget to create a new forecast because we are in the point of putting out tenders and determining what work can conclude this year. And I would expect at our upcoming meeting in September, we would have a better idea of whether or not any of those capital items will be delayed. The one item that we did discuss, which was the movement of the equipment at the previous meeting, has not been captured in here yet. Okay? But it would not affect the percentage expended because we haven't expended any money yet around those two projects. But that will be adjusted for the September report. Any questions on the capital report?
Are there any further questions for the director? Nope, it would appear there are not.
Okay. I would just note that the tax levy, you will notice that I've provided update information around the tax levy. And for those of you who may not have looked at last month, the balance, we were at 10.2% uncollected, and we're now at 4.8%. And that is the power of sending out a reminder notice on the month after. So, you know, it's 53% drop in our outstanding balance in the month. So, good news.
Nice. All right. Thank you very much, Director.
Okay.
Thank you. Director Craig Langell, if you can present the Parks and Recreation report, please.
Hello, Mayor and Council. So for the month of June, it was rec month. So that was always a good start. Our pool opened on July 1st. So that means that we can take care of all your cooling needs down at the pool and the splash pad. This is also not in June, it's happening next week, but we have the 2024 XCO XCC National Championships. So this is our last year hosting the event with Cycling Canada, Cycling Nova Scotia, community members, and some local businesses. We've received a lot of support from local businesses in town through in-kind sponsorship, as well as financial contributions. So we're expecting another successful event this year. And programming wise, under Spike Fund, we allocated close to $4,000 just in the month of June through the Spike Fund, and about 65% of that was for the pool, for programming, swim passes. There's a little bit for day camps, and then just some general equipment. So the community is still accessing it and accessing it well. And then finally, under community outreach, I just wanted to highlight under Recreation Nova Scotia, for some of Roxy's work with the Diversity and Belonging Task Team, it's being recognized as a EDIA success story under Recreation Nova Scotia. So this goes kind of hand in hand with Roxy was also interviewed back in March for a piece on it in Roxy newspaper, Valley. What was it? Saltwater. Yeah. And then one other piece is Becca within our programming just did an interview on our shift program within Valley Choir. So just another success story that the community is looking at. And that's it for me.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor, are there any questions or queries for Director Langell? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And this might go through the chair, if we could, to Councillor Huntley or to Director Langell. The Green Municipal Fund, different funding is available for potentially Centennial Arena or new build or retrofitting. What does that look like? Like, could that potentially be copious amounts of money? Is it quite plausible? Or I'm assuming this is through FCM, through the chair? Yes.
What I had done was when I went to Calgary, I had the opportunity to go to the FCM booth for the Green Municipal Fund. And I took about 30 minutes, I think, to talk about, some projects that we were doing, specifically talking about the arena and how much help she needed. And I said, they were very interested to talk to us because we had already done this study. So to them, we were ahead of the game and trying to get all the balls in the air going. So what I did was I reached out to Craig. We had a meeting, and then I connected the both of them. The three of us have talked, and now the rest is in Craig's hands. So at least the connect and the conversation was so effective. The 30 minutes made all the difference in the partnership.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
yeah, so if you're going with a retrofit, I think it's somewhere around $5 million is up to funding. That's part loan, part grant. Okay. If you're doing a new build, it can be upwards of 10 million between grant and loan. I can get all that information and send it all off to Mayor and Council, so you have the information. It's all on their website. And so yeah, it just really depends on which avenue the council wants to go with the arena. There's availability other side.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
And of note as well is that these FCM grants are stackable. So if we get grants from somewhere else, we can stack these grants on top. And it's not one or the other, where, very often when you're applying for provincial grants, you can only have one of the 6 that are available, sort of thing. In this case, with FCM money, it's all stackable. Councillor York.
Thank you. The national cycling events that we've been hosting those for a while. Is there, and this is the last one, if I understood correctly, is there an opportunity to rebid for these, or are we out of it for a little while? What's the game plan on those?
So we started at Canada Cup level, which is first you have to do provincial, then you have to do territorial, right. Then you go to national level, and then you can go to international. From a capacity standpoint, from our department, the majority of us sit on the committee, so it is quite the strain staffing-wise in the month of July. Our goal would be to support the local community in hosting the event, so if we can sit on the hosting committee as a smaller capacity, so we can still meet the needs of the community, we would do that for sure. Okay. But yes, we can reapply.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, Director Langell, you in your report, you informed us that almost $4,000 was used of the Spike Fund. So, does the Spike Fund need some replenishing? Is this where we should make a call out to the citizens of the town of Kentville that there remains a requirement that if they do make a donation to the Spike Fund, that it is a taxable receipt, it's a charitable donation to Spike Fund, and that these funds are used for citizens in Kentville and further to access recreation. And when we talk about recreation, we talk about the very broad sense of recreation, not just sports. So was there anything that you needed to add to that, other than to say, we need money, please give?
We have a little bit of money left in the account, but yeah, additional funds would definitely be great. I'm sure we haven't hit the needs of everybody in the community yet. And the money does go towards any type of physical activity. So even if somebody was wanting to come in and seek funding for shoes so they could walk the trails, that is something that we would support as well. Our main goal is just to get people active in our community and ensure that people have the means to do it and the equipment to do it as well if they need equipment.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Huntley.
Thank you. Craig, I see you've got a wonderful note here about Kentville Minor Baseball.
Oh,
and
yes.
we are awarded the bid
Yeah.
for the 15U AAA Atlantic Chick. They're coming in September. So what does that mean for Kentville? I mean, besides getting busy and, you know.
It means that they are hosting the highest level of baseball for 15U in Atlantic Canada. And we're just looking at how we make it fit within our fields right now. Okay. It's something that our team will support, and we're looking, honestly, being a baseball person, looking very much forward to seeing some young kids out in our fields and a large event. So hopefully we'll be able to use those new grandstands as well.
Will you be looking for volunteers?
We will be, I'm sure.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So, thank you, Director Langell. I believe you wanted to introduce the Centennial Arena Conditions Assessment and Feasibility Study for it to be accepted by council, and after it's accepted by council, we would then be able to make it available to the public.
Yes, that's correct. So we have received the condition assessment feasibility study, and I am now hoping that council will receive it, we can make it public, and the community can see what condition our arena's in and what they saw as in value of a future arena to their feedback.
Thank you very much, Director. So council receiving a report and that sort of thing become those, I'll call them the less than favorable motions under Robert's rules, because we've received the report by hearing it. So unless you have any concerns about this going up on our website and providing public access to it, then we will assume this report as being received, and we will have details and be discussing this at another meeting where that will be the topic. So that we have the opportunity to have a fulsome discussion based on the briefing that we have been provided and the new information that is available. If no one has any objections, all good? All right. Thank you very much, Director.
Chief Martin Smith, if you could present the police report, please.
Sure. Good evening, Council and Mayor. Mr. Bethune. Yes, so I'm here to present May's commission meeting notes. First, I'll highlight some of our higher stats for the month of May. Things have been increasing. All of our staff is a bit down. In our specialized sections, our frontline members are doing a phenomenal job. Last month alone, we had over 300 hours of training, which it's probably one of our higher months that I've reported on, as well as the block time. I hope that the town sees that the members are out there more. Again, May was just shy of 180 hours of people walking around the block. So, although it might just seem like hours spent walking downtown, there's a huge impact that I believe that it has on the town, and so do the members. So, calls for service last month were up a fair bit. We had 336. We had, like I mentioned, a fair bit of training last month. We had some mental health first aid. There was 9 of us that attended the TEMA Foundation seminar that took place in Halifax, Bears Lake at the cinemas, Scotia, I think it is. It was a fantastic day and very do I say this, cheap to do for a full day of training for 9 people at the office. So it was very well attended and a lot of great feedback. Meeting wise, some of the stuff I'll highlight, obviously May was Apple Blossom was our biggest. Just want to send out huge thanks to 3 agencies that assist us with this, seems like every year. And without their support, it'd be pretty hard to pull it off from a safety perspective. Halifax Regional, who sends up at least 9 to 10 members every year with their bike unit, and Friday and Saturday nights at no cost. Bridgewater Police sent up a member on both nights, and Annapolis Royal did as well. So support from other agencies is phenomenal, and like I say, without that, it'd be pretty tough to do. Some other things we had, we started our collective bargaining with the union, which is going good so far. We've also received we had 2 members apply for 2 staff members apply for a wellness grant, and was feedback received that it was probably one of the top 3 that were written, and the Kentville Police Service received a $3,000 grant fund. So once a day, each month, we will hold an activity for staff to promote wellness, which is, as you can tell, a lot of stuff I talk about is wellness. It's very, very important in policing, and one of my top focuses with the members. So other than that, we have a new member starting on the 25th of July, Constable Ryan Ewald. He's actually local. He lives just up on, well, he lives in Kentville. I won't say the street. He lives in Kentville, and he comes with a couple of years' experience, and he's very, very excited to start. So I'm sure you'll see his face around in the near future. Does anybody have any questions?
All right. Are there any questions for the chief? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Marty, the calls for service, you said, and I can see from the report, they're up.
Yeah.
Could you give sort of a brief outline what those calls for service are and perhaps why they're up?
Again, it can fluctuate month to month, right? Like, so on average, we're averaging probably around 3,400 to 3,600 calls a year. So some months they go up, some they go down. It just happened to be that May was up. Now, when I checked June stats, it was down again, right? So it's not a constant, right? For instance, one place we've had a call on, I bet you 40 times. That's just a very minor, nothing that we should be getting a call on. So that can sometimes fluctuate stats when it really shouldn't. But
Okay.
yeah, we're, yeah. And again, it's getting warmer. So as the warmer months come, we typically do increase call volume.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Councillor Huntley.
Thank you. Marty, it says under staffing, you were short 2 constable positions, so 1 starting the end of July.
Yep.
And 1 given a job offer to start early August. So does that make us right on par now? We have no extra needs kind of thing right now?
No, we still have extra needs.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because
unfortunately.
what I was going to ask, how do you look forward to say, okay, I'm going to have a proactive succession planning approach now to keep the bowl filled, sort of thing?
It's something that we discuss daily and I think about daily. It's tough to move forward when you're always backfilling, so it almost seems like sometimes we're taking 2 steps forward, 1 step back. So yeah, staffing is, and it's not just here, it seems to be everywhere, but I don't know. I see it more here than I see it elsewhere personally, but yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Before we go, Councillor York, as the police chair, did you have anything that you wanted to add from Police Commission with regards to the chief's report or anything further?
Yes, I will speak to Councillor Huntley's question and Chief Smith's very diplomatic response. I don't need to be nearly as diplomatic. It is difficult with retention when there are other agencies who routinely poach our officers, which makes it very difficult. We have done that's a very royal we. The Kentville Police Service has done a great job, especially in the last 5 years, working on retention so that recruitment isn't quite as difficult. It's always easier to maintain your staff when you've got them than it is to find new. And when we do find new, the issue seems to be that they get trained very, very well by Kentville standards and then are recruited elsewhere. So we're working on, again, a royal we. The Kentville Police Service is working on that. And under Chief Smith, that has improved even in the 6 months officially in the position, but unofficially in acting for about a year now. So we have seen as a board improvement there, and the board has made it a priority to ensure that we are retaining our members and retaining not only the people, but the knowledge and the skills that they bring as well. Because we pride ourselves on having a true community police service, it's helpful to maintain officers that value that ethos. And so that's something that the board has been working on and that Chief Smith has been working on as well. And I do believe our efforts are showing. But again, I am a little bit biased, but also I don't have to be quite as diplomatic. It's tricky when you've got other agencies taking our very well-trained members. But we're working on it.
I think it speaks highly of our service, unfortunately. Right? Yeah. A lot of great trained members that are moving on for other reasons, and sometimes it's just, as much as I'd love them to stay, it's, yeah. Yeah.
All right, Chief, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director of Public Works, Dave Bell. Engineering and Public Works, I apologize.
That's all right. Thank you, CAO. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll start tonight, as I usually do, with the Kentville Water Commission. There were no direct operational issues with the commission in June, and in late, I guess it was June 19th, the Water Commission approved the 24-25 operating and capital budgets. Quick update on the sanitary sewer service. Not our infrastructure, but being a major contributor and owner or user of the regional force main, which runs through town. That project has been awarded by the municipality of Kings. I think I reported that last month as well. But work is expected to start by midsummer. They have equipment actually on site as of today, materials on site behind the Justice Center. So I've requested that the county provide us with a work schedule so that our comms team can inform residents along that impacted area in the timeline that the Harvest Moon Trail will be impacted and or closed. I'm also working with Director Matthews to complete the sanitary sewer area service operating and capital budgets, and we hope to present that later this month at the end of the month's council meeting. Under Public Works, we have taken delivery of a new line striping machine that was purchased under this year's capital investment plan. And after a training session in late June, the Public Works crew have begun using the new machine to refresh sidewalks and hatches and arrows, and parking stalls and lots around town. This unit will be a great time saver for the Public Works crew and also assist in maintaining our multi-use trail line markings. Also of note, we've had 2 high school students start with Public Works in late June. These young men will be with us for the summer doing such tasks as mowing the Water Commission sites, painting hydrants, and snowplow gear. Under projects, this year's phase of the downtown sidewalk replacement project under the AT plan is progressing well, with a portion of Webster Street, all of Aberdeen Street, and more than half of Bridge Street now complete. Work is continuing this week with the next section planned for the replacement on the rest of Bridge Street and around the corner of Webster Street to the entrance of Center Square. And then from there, once they get past that, they'll sort of finish up where they started at the west end of Webster Street. Tenders closed in late June for the Park Street storm sewer upgrade, a major upgrade that we planned through our capital investment plan, from the bottom of Condon Avenue across Park Street to the trail ditch north of Memorial Park, and a recommendation to award will follow this report. And that is my report for the month of June.
Thank you very much, CAO, and we do have questions. Councillor Xavier.
Thank you, Mayor Snow. Thanks, Director. I have a couple questions. Is there any update on the dividers or the planters that are going in on Webster Street with the bike lane? I get asked that probably 4 or 5 times a day.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
We didn't put the delineators up this year. I know it's already second week of July. The planters were ordered quite some time ago, and they arrived at Public Works. They were on the truck for delivery on the weekend, so I believe they arrived today. The trucks couldn't unload on the weekend, so we received 25, I think, planters. So the decision now, of course, it's early July. The intention is to put them sort of alternating planters and delineators. These are, I think, roughly between 6 and 8 feet long, fairly narrow planters, but sturdy road grade planters. And in them we'll put, low maintenance plantings, hostas, grasses of that nature to keep the maintenance down. But it is also nearly mid-July. So my thoughts are, we had the planters now just arriving today, that we won't put them out most likely in the summer of 24. We'll wait and put them out in 25, but they are in our possession.
Could those ballot, whatever you,
delineators, I guess, are the best word. Yes, they could, and we can do that. I'm gonna look at the planters. I haven't seen them firsthand, as like I said, they just arrived. We'll make a decision whether we do a combination or just something for the short term.
Sorry, are these planters, what are they made of? Are they?
They're heavy.
Like a resin?
Heavy resin poly type of tub, but
Okay.
they'll be filled with soil, which
Right.
will make them weighted and they're sturdy. They're not stopping traffic.
Right.
They're delineating and for visibility, and they'll be marked with proper reflectors and that sort of thing. So they show up at night and they just totally delineate that lane from the bike lanes from the traffic on Webster.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is for this year. I know it's late. I think it's a shame not to have something there because it doesn't look like a bike lane, right? Like an active transportation route. And I don't want people to think, we didn't finish the project. And I know there's been setbacks, and I think there should be something there. Whatever you think would work, but should definitely, just in my opinion, there should be something there set up as soon as possible. And I have a couple more questions. We had mentioned a while ago about the bottom of Chester Avenue, if there was any chance of looking at something there, because that's another hot thing I get asked about quite often. Traffic coming down, and people are stuck there sometimes for an amazing amount of time.
We haven't had a traffic analysis done. I can say, obviously, many of us recall when there were traffic lights at that intersection of Main and Chester back in the 80s. I think probably late 80s when they went out, maybe early 90s. I think it was late 80s. Traffic lights are good, but they just push the problem to other streets. So they spread it out over a bigger area. It will cause more and more backups in both directions on Main Street. I'm not a big fan of traffic lights in that type of situation. I know it can be a wait certain times a day at the bottom of Chester. One other suggestion was a 4-way stop or 3-way stop, I guess, 3-way. Again, you're going to start to back up and push the problem onto Main Street. But if it's council's wish, we can certainly look into at least an analysis by a traffic firm to see what the recommendations are. Certainly nothing currently budgeted for that in this operating. It would fall under operating.
Okay. I got 2 more quick questions. Just wondering, and I think you had mentioned this before, you might have given me a figure. Those flashers that you put on each side of a crosswalk, like Woofle has, are those quite cost? Do you know what the costs are to those? Because those would have been great. I look at the crosswalk by Lawton's there on Main Street. That would have been a great place to put those. They're very visible, and people don't always look up at the ones that hang over. I don't know what the costs are, but to me, that would be money well spent. When I look to council too, whenever that comes on the topic, but that'd be a great spot for those.
Yeah, they're a fraction of the cost of the traditional ones that we have 16 or 18, or I'm not even sure the number, I should know.
Yep.
But we have a lot of them throughout town. And those have a huge capital cost, the ones that we currently have, and they have a fairly large, ongoing operating. The benefit of those over the strobe flashers is they do illuminate the intersection or the crossing. The lower strobe lights that Wolfville has, and we have a set that's still to go in over at Justice Way to Station Lane on that crossing. I think there's the right place for them, but I also think, especially in our one-way traffic, the better solution is to illuminate the intersection, or intersection, crossing, like the Lawtons one.
Right.
I think the bump out has done a great, a great improvement on that visibility, where you have two lanes of parking, one on each side, north and south, and then 2 lanes of one-way traffic. Certainly when I'm there, I feel like you're standing in a safer zone. So, pros and cons to both types of crossings. The other ones, the ones we have are hardwired in, and they have a major base and a fairly high install cost. The other ones are oftentimes today solar and Bluetooth and less expensive to install, but don't illuminate the crossing like the overhead ones do.
And my last question, and it's warm today, so this might have already been answered, and if it is, I apologize. People are asking about the top of Spring Garden. There's some clearing happening there. Is that just a private, or is there, and I could be standing corrected, is that somebody gonna open that onto Prospect, or is that just right at the top of Spring Garden?
There is a large parcel of R3 private land there.
Okay.
The owner has, they're the owner of the property, and they certainly can do clearings and that sort of thing. They can't build roads or put in infrastructure without making application to both us and environment and the other regulatory bodies. But they have done some clearing on the top end of Prospect. The concept that we saw, I think it was 2020, early COVID days, was a sort of a redesign of what was proposed decades ago when a previous developer owned that land. It's since been sold, and the intention that I saw was to have a cul-de-sac and not. It's a very steep piece of land, so the access for the majority of that property would most likely come off of Prospect and the Hilts Road, and the top of Spring Garden would just become a proper turnaround in cul-de-sac. But no applications have been made at this time.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Maxwell.
Oh, thank you. I also wanted to talk about putting dividers up on Webster as well. I was driving along there the other day and I saw, or actually I was walking and I saw a car just steam right through over those double lines, and 2 lanes again coming right through there. We need to put something there before we have an accident with a biker. Today I saw a biker going in the other direction, and I just thought, timing, it's just an accident waiting to happen. So it doesn't matter if it's, the middle of July now. If we don't do something, we're going to have a problem. People don't seem to understand that when you have 2 yellow lines that you don't cross them. It doesn't matter how close they are, they're there. So I think we need to do something.
We'll start with the refreshing of the lines. That needs to be done first before anything's put down. But with that striping machine, we'll get the lines refreshed and then look at the delineators, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. And the visibility, the flashers are very, very good. I would like perhaps if you could look at Bridge Street and Exhibition at that intersection. Because I think there was an accident up there maybe a couple of weeks ago, and usually every year there's accidents on that corner. So people get tired of waiting to cross, and traffic is quite continuous. And
you're talking about where there already is the overhead crossing.
There's the overhead crossing, but I mean really the flashers, because people aren't looking for pedestrians, they're looking for how to get out. In that position.
What I'll ask is if there's a way to integrate sort of a flashing beacon and leave the infrastructure we've already invested in, but put the strobe flashers on the lower side of the pole, that
Yeah.
maybe we can get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, for sure,
Still-
but that's,
still,
that's an intersection
still
I'd
like
like
it.
to point out, because people aren't looking for pedestrians there. They're just looking at either getting downhill, up the hill, and the ones that are going across are just looking to, when is the break, so I can go. So it's a
If
bad
anything,
intersection.
it might be the better spot for a four-way than
Yeah,
than
for
Chester,
sure.
honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, something there. Thank you.
Councillor Huntley.
Thank you. Dave, one of the questions I have is a little bit off Councillor Zabian's. He did talk about Chester Avenue light, but the other thing I've been asked, about a sign for the large trucks that are coming down Chester Avenue. And I know I've already mentioned it before, but it keeps coming back to me. Whether there's a sign that can be posted, no jake braking, like, I guess
Engine brakes, or, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I think they're interchangeable. I think they're the same thing, essentially. You see
okay.
engine brakes on usually when you enter towns or more habited areas from the rural areas, you'll see no engine braking signs.
Yeah.
Don't know how enforceable it is. Maybe Chief can tell me. But we can look into the postings of them and see what can, how enforceable that really is. It may be more of a put a sign up and don't know how much effect it is. It is a steep hill, and sometimes that's required anyway,
Okay.
they don't do it necessarily to just do it, but as part of their function of operating the trucks.
Okay,
But,
thank you.
We will explore it, Councillor.
Thank you. Another one is another question, and I know you have in here about the work on Condon and, the tender will go out to a company, and once the tender is settled, when does the work actually start? So will you wait till fall?
So the work is designed and tendered. We've received bids almost 2 weeks ago. It'll be 2 weeks, I think, this Thursday. The project is set to be funded, and that's in my report coming up after this recommendation. It's funded primarily through the Sustainable Growth Fund. That needs to be spent. That money has to be spent in this fiscal. The contractor is awaiting award, so they'll start, I would suspect, once, assuming this gets approved, to fund the project through the Sustainable Growth Fund, and the balance of the project through what's formerly known as the gas tax, the Canada Community Building Fund. I would expect they will start in August, and it would be probably a 6 to 8 week project, perhaps even less. The longest and hardest part of the project will be the crossing of Park Street, because it's very deep there. You have to go underneath existing water and sewer, so they'll be 14, 15 feet deep in that direction, because they're kind of going against the grain too. We're laying a pipe on a downward grade against the hill that's going, as we go west from Condon towards the VIC, you're going uphill on a slash angle across Park Street. So they'll get deeper as they go, and then we'll get to the essentially the Memorial Park entrance just by the VIC, and there'll be a large manhole there, and then it'll go down the fairly steep grade of the park entrance towards the park shed and the batting cage, and out to the south side of the trail ditch. That area, it'll be very shallow. There'll be no traffic, no crossings. That part, that's where they'll start at the bottom, work their way uphill. You'll typically lay pipe uphill, so they'll start at the outfall, put a big head wall there at the ditch, and lay uphill. So that part will go quite quickly. The crossing will be fairly slow, several days, I suspect. They'll probably have to reroute traffic, and we'll get a traffic plan from them, but we'll probably have to utilize West Main and Gary Pearl to reroute traffic, and it'll be local traffic up to that sort of closed section of Park Street to get to your homes either side, whether you live on the east or the west side of that major crossing. But that part alone will take, I would think, a few days to cross Park Street. But overall, the project shouldn't take more than 5 or 6 weeks to complete.
That's good news, thank you. 2 other questions. One, I've had a resident ask about the smell behind the curling club. Is that because of working on pipes, or?
I don't think there've been any new breaks on the regional sewer side of things, and they're set to start any day on that replacement. We have had a couple of pump issues, control panel and malfunctions of the curling club pumping station. So that station, if it goes into a malfunction, can cause the smells. So I believe it would, anything that's been recent, we've had at least 2 known pump sort of failures. They seem to happen always on a weekend. And that would have been responsible for the odors. I would suspect that would have been smelled around Millbrook, back of the curling club.
Thank you, Dave.
Welcome.
Last question. I know you talked about doing crosswalks, and now that we have our new painting machine, the crosswalk that starts right where Canada Post and the church, kind of on that corner, we should have a dotted line. So when people are coming around the arena and they need to change lanes, I know along there. And then if you keep going up towards the ballpark, we even need crosswalks painted up that way.
Refreshed ones, you mean?
Yes,
The ones
sorry.
that are faded?
Yep.
Absolutely. Those are on the list of painting to do, both either by hand or the machine. There'll probably be a combination to get the work done.
Do you know when that will?
Certainly, and this month should see most of it done.
Okay.
It could go into August, but certainly we want to get all those done before the end of August and before school goes back in, which feels like it just went out a few weeks. But,
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it.
All right, CEO, from the questions that went to the director, 2 of them, the request for looking at traffic controls at the bottom of Chester Avenue and the flashers for the pedestrian way. Did staff want to take this away, come back to us and for further direction, or do you want us to provide you with direction today to do this? Because they're just coming from, well, one was from 2 people, the other was from 1 person on council, but as we always talk, it's the will of council. So did you want to take these away and let us know what level of effort is required before we put anything further, or did you want us to direct today?
So I would think it's relatively easy for us to put together what a cost of those flashers are. There's enough municipalities that have them. Any looking at lights at the bottom of Chester would require an analysis by a traffic engineer and recommendations accordingly. The director is correct. If you put any type of stop on Main Street traffic, and I suspect that's why the lights were taken out in the late 80s, early 90s, you're going to begin to back traffic up. But that would be a bigger item for consideration probably around budget time for those costs.
Okay.
The flashers, we can certainly bring you back information on what the costing would be and do a little bit of a review as to what are the requirements to look at it at various intersections. I know we utilized them when I was in Antigonish, but they would only work in certain situations and certain scenarios. So.
Okay, all right, thank you. Then we'll leave that with staff and move on from there. Director Bell, you have a request of us.
I do. This is a request, as mentioned in my regular report, for the Condon Avenue Park Street storm sewer upgrade. The 2024-25 capital investment plan included the replacement / relocation of a major storm sewer system from the intersection of Condon Avenue at Park Street past the front of the Visitor Information Center through Memorial Park to the south Harvest Moon Trail ditch. On June 27th, we received 3 tenders for this project, ranging in price from $749,624 to $1,088,910, including $26,000 in provisional items should rock or unsuitable materials be encountered. In the 2024-5 capital investment plan, funding for this project was proposed to come from a combination of the Provincial Sustainable Services Growth Fund and the Canada Community Building Fund, formerly known as the gas tax. This project will utilize all of the Sustainable Services Growth Fund that is required to be spent this fiscal, and will leave approximately $125,000 in the community Canada Community Building Fund, including this year's contributions. And I have a recommendation to award.
All right, thank you very much, Director. So based on your report and recommendation, we would put a motion before the CAC that CAC recommend approval to council for the award of the storm drain replacement on Park Street to Gary Parker Excavating Limited at a cost of $749,624 plus HST to council meeting on July 29th, and further to be funded from a combination of Provincial Sustainability Services Growth Fund and Canada Community Building Funds. If someone could move that, please. Deputy Mayor, thank you. And for the second, Councillor York, thank you. It has been moved and seconded that CAC recommend approval to council for the award of the storm drain replacement on Park Street to Gary Parker Excavating Limited at a cost of $749,624 plus HST to council meeting on July 29th, and further to be funded from a combination of the Provincial Sustainable Services Growth Fund and Canada Community Building Funds. Is there any discussion on this matter? Councillor Zabia.
Thank you, Mayor Snow. Thanks, Director Belt, for that. I'm glad to see this here, and I hope this alleviates the fear and all the misfortune that those folks have had. But I just want to know, there's such a big difference there between the different tender amounts there. That's over $300,000. The higher one, are they all exactly the same? Are they, is the one for $1,088,000, are they planning, were they doing something else using different material or anything that spiked that by such
No, the
a
middle,
huge...
we had three bids. I didn't,
Okay.
I listed the lowest and the highest, and the middle one was roughly 100,000 higher than the lowest. It was somewhere in the 800. I don't have it in front of me, but it was yeah, so 749, I believe it was just over 830 for the second place bid. Those are, to me, that's still competitive bidding. The top price, that's where they saw the project going, or a function of how busy they are right now.
Okay.
That highest bid. It's a very detailed set of plans. They all bid on the same project. They use the same specifications of concrete pipe or manholes. You know, the crossing of Park Street itself is probably, you know, it's only maybe a third or a quarter of the length of the whole project, but it's probably half the cost. It's a very expensive crossing just because of the depth and the traffic control and all the factors that will go into that crossing. Manholes alone for that project are you know, $40,000 and $50,000 per manhole, and there's a couple of them. So those sorts of things, you know, I wasn't shocked by the spread in that pricing, and the two that were number one and number two were actually quite close together.
Okay, and these guys, you had just told Councillor Huntley that you're thinking August, or they've said for sure they
haven't said, you know, okay. I've got to get in touch with them. I guess we can't award until, I mean, I'd love to be able to award them sooner, but we can't award, I guess, until council meets at the end of the month, unless there's anything that can be done sooner.
That would be nice.
We would like to, you know, inform them so they could start ordering materials, because that will take time, being fairly specialized manholes and concrete pipe. The pipe, well, even the pipe diameters are not something that a local pipe firm would have in stock. So there will be manufacturing timelines to get to that sort of shovel-ready stage. So I would suspect even from award, it may take them at least a month to be ready to break ground.
And then that puts us probably the end of October before it's done.
Yeah, so
and then we go through another storm, hurricane season. It'd be nice, I leave it with the CAO and with council, if there was a way we could, as Director Bell just said, a way to speed up. I know you have to call special meetings, and I think it would be, if it was the will of council to, if we're agreeable on this, and I'll let the rest of you speak in a moment, but it'd be nice to kind of speed up this process if we could. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. So I'll just preface this by saying, if I'm not mistaken, it was Gary Parker Excavating Limited that did a lot of the work on regional sewer, on the desludging and the aeration system.
They've had a couple of phases on that project, done a lot of work in Wolfville the last several seasons on Wolfville's capital plans, have done some work in Kentville, not a lot, but they are growing, sort of a growing firm, where some of the other firms that we used to see bid this work are maybe on the other side of the decline and not even bidding these type of projects. So they come and go, but certainly a reputable firm, and no issue recommending them for award.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's great. I was just trying to make that point. So the amount, sorry, Kate. So it will leave approximately $125,000 in the CCBF, including this year's gas tax contribution. So, and I meant to go back and look at the capital investment plan, but I didn't. Was that $125,000 that we didn't think would be remaining? And I'm assuming that that's just going to be transferred over into capital reserves. So it's kind of like
it's a special reserve.
Thing?
It's a special gas tax reserve. I think I'm saying that correctly. We get roughly $450.
Right.
I think on average, might have had a little more than that one year, but we have other smaller projects in this year's capital investment plan, and then in the 5-year plan that they plan to use gas tax, or CCBF, I should say, up. But if we do all the projects that were in this year's CIP, then that's what it would roughly be left in the CCBF fund at the end of the fiscal.
Because at the end of the day, this one came in a little bit less than we had forecasted it to, did it not?
A little more, in fact. Like this particular project, we had 640, I believe, in the Sustainable Growth Fund.
Right.
And that certainly was the hope that would fund most of it. Well, it will fund most of it,
yes.
But we need to take some from the gas tax fund. That's probably the main reason. If oftentimes we don't always bring projects, what we do of this nature, of this size, back to council, but a smaller project that comes in within budget, we can award, because it was previously approved through the capital investment budget as it stands, so we can award certain projects without bringing every little thing to council. This one being the size and in nature of it was, and the fact that we have to use the extra money from gas tax to fund it is why it's in front of you today.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Councillor York.
Thank you. I recognize this is a very in-the-weeds question and likely beyond my purview, but recognizing that there's absolutely no good time to do this type of project, is your department giving consideration to how to mediate water on the street in the event of, as Councillor Zabian said, it's hurricane season until Halloween, I think, November 1st. Anyway, is there consideration to putting up the Jersey barriers or something to help mediate any water that could come onto the street while the work is being done?
No definite plans, Councillor. I mean, the barriers or any of that nature will just help if the pipe that's in the ground, the downstream piece that's being sort of abandoned in place, that's along Park Street running the other direction, that's 70 years old and of a size much less than what's already on Condon, and this particular pipe that's even larger, that because of the flatter grade needs to be larger to go under Park Street. Until that pipe's in place, if there is an event that the pipe, because of the size of the pipe on the old pipe on Park Street from Condon heading east toward the Little League field or tennis courts, until that time, it'll fit. If there is an event like we don't have them certainly every season, but it's hard to predict. If we have that kind of flow, the only thing Jersey's will do will help direct it down the street when it breaches the head wall of the pipe. But
okay, thank you.
Councillor Zabian.
Thank you, Mayor Snow. Could I amend that motion then, and we could have a special council meeting maybe on the 11th or 12th? Or
We have a solution for that, councillors. So we'll see how we roll out, and then go from there.
Okay.
So is there any further discussion on this? So right now, the motion states that to council meeting on July 29th. So the wording would be to the next council meeting. Because as you've heard here this evening, we have a couple of orders of business that are going to come before us. A doodle poll will go out tomorrow for council, and we can establish our meetings, and then this would come before the next meeting of council. If that's satisfactory, if no one objects to that, then the motion that you will see coming up here. Are you ready for the question? The question is on adoption of the motion to recommend approval to council for award of the storm drain replacement on Park Street to Gary Parker Excavating Limited at a cost of $749,624 plus HST to the next council meeting, and further be funded from a combination of Provincial Sustainable Services Growth Fund and Canada Community Building Fund. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed, and the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
All right, CAO, your turn.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have a written report. Since I gave my last verbal update to council, I was in the office for 3 days and then I was on vacation. I would say in September for the CAO administrative report, you'll see a little different version. It will include a section for the Strategic Initiative Coordinator to report on where she is with her projects. And as well, there will be a section, the Deputy Clerk as well as her additional duties. There's also some projects on environmental, accessible, equity, diversity, and inclusion that should be reported to council, and that will start to be included under the administration report. So you can look forward to that in September. But for today, if there are questions, I'll be happy to answer them, but I don't have a formal report.
Thank you, CAO. Are there any questions for the CAO? All right, there are no questions, so you can move on to the returning officer's report.
Sure. You would have received in your package the returning officer's report. Submitted by Al Kingsbury. Everything is progressing as per what the expectations were. If there is any questions of council, I would be happy to either answer them or follow up with the returning officer and get back to council via email.
Got away with that one too, CAO?
Dave took all the oxygen out of the room.
All right, let's move on to our next report, and Alicia Christie will be presenting with regards to an update on PACE.
My usual, bringing down the stand. Good evening, folks. It's been a while since I've been in front of you, so happy to be here. For those in the room who may not know me, my name's Alicia Christie, and my pronouns are she, her. And I'm here with you tonight to speak about an ongoing project that the town of Kentville has been involved in regards to a PACE program, which is an acronym. That's the Property Assessed Clean Energy Program. Some of you in this room have been involved since it started here in Kentville back in 2016 when the program really hit the ground running across Nova Scotia and the Maritimes. So the intent of this report tonight is really to bring you up to speed on where it's at right now and provide you with some options on where we can go moving forward. So staff are seeking direction from council on where you'd like to go next in regards to where we've been with this project, and as well as acknowledging all the things that have changed since 2016 and the past few years. So we won't go through the report word by word, but just before we dive in, just for quick definitions, PACE, when it started in 2016, the acronym itself is not necessarily the organization. So early on when they started, a lot of us were referring to what is PACE Switch Atlantic as just PACE. A PACE program is separate from just that organization's name. So this evening, when I say PACE, I'm really speaking to a Property Assessed Clean Energy Program, and I'll be saying PACE Switch when we're talking about the organization. Weird language, I just want to name that right off the bat so we know. And if I mess it up, I apologize in advance because it's so similar. And then additionally, within this report structure, you had some attachments as well. And I just want to name those prior to going forward. We did have in Appendix A, there is a note of existing energy programs, and within your OneDrive. Those are clickable links that you can see available if you do have residents ever inquiring. If they see this council package, you do have the links within that. And then we also have Appendix B, which is on existing PACE programs. And the real meat of that we wanted council to see is the interest rates that other communities are charging at this time for folks entering a PACE program. And then we also have Appendix C, which is, oh, there's a fly joining us for this presentation as well. In Appendix C, we have all the motions, or motions passed by council since 2016, and also just some notes that followed and what changed after that motion. So this has been in front of you multiple times, and you can see a few times things were deferred just to gain further clarifications, or council had questions, and staff had similar things moving forward through the process. So I want to name that there has been, you folks have been involved in this, and you have been directing it, and you have done certain things along the way. So the intent of today is to really show you where those things have landed. And just before diving in, within that brief history, a few things to point out is where funding was allocated, and that we do have a draft existing PACE bylaw, which does allow us to implement a PACE program, whether or not it is with PACE Switch Atlantic. Okay, those are the logistics of the report. So to dive in deeply, where this program really started in 2016 for other communities and as well as for Kentville is to look at clean retrofit solutions within our community, particularly for those of lower income. And right now in 2024, just in a recent report that was launched in May, or published in May, sorry, it did state that, which was the Nova Scotia Home Energy Affordability Report, 47% of homes in Kentville are currently noted to be living in energy poverty. This means that on average, our community members are spending approximately $2,917 annually on their home energy systems. This also includes renters, not just homeowners within our community. And to match that, as energy costs are going up just in 2022 alone, our poverty rates across Nova Scotia increased by 52%. So these are pretty alarming numbers for our community member, and kind of helps showcase the impact of our energy cost. So opportunities like a PACE program, if we partnership with organizations such as Switch PACE Atlantic, the intent is to create financing opportunities for community members for efficiency upgrades and installations. The hope is that we can reduce the upfront cost for community members and lower the barrier to accessing funding. What we do know, and I do want to name, with the intent in kind of targeting those in our community with lower income, at the same time, we do want to name that statistically, if you do have a lower income, you're more likely to be a renter, which means you have less autonomy around the energy systems within your home or where you call home. So you actually have less decision-making around what systems in place to either cool or heat your home. And additionally, what we do see with energy costs, especially with the impacts of even days like today and an increase of heat, costs are also going up just to how our climate's changing, whether or not you need to be using heat or air conditioning more. And similar to, I'm sure our schools are feeling it to no end. Our building code requires heating systems a lot more than it mandates cooling systems right now. So that is something to name. So just with those statistics, we just invite council to keep that in mind when we're thinking about solutions for Kentville moving forward. So in regards to PACE programs, again, many of you are well aware of this program and how it works, but just as a quick refresher, the meat and bones, and to simply say it how it works, that a PACE program is a community financing opportunity through their local government. The local government parties with third-party administrators of the program, and then the debt is attached to the property, not the individual. So if I access a PACE program that my local government has influenced, the cost of that is tied to the property. It won't move with me if I choose to move to another community. With that, in regards to Switch PACE Atlantic, the organization that Kentville's been in conversation with in partnership, back in 2016 and 2017, we were in conversations with multiple municipalities to access FCM funding to implement the program. If you remember, there was 5 in the beginning, and Berwick ended up stepping back because of their involvement with AREA and their own access to community energy systems. AREA was able to offer other options in their own PACE program through that, so Berwick opted into that, and in the end, we really ended up working with West Hants to move forward with the developmental phase of a PACE program. So at this stage, Kentville has done the work with West Hants, and if you look to our appendix, you can see where we've passed motions to allocate funds to West Hants, and it has been confirmed by Switch Pace Atlantic that at this stage, our developmental costs are covered and that there's a program developed. So really for Kentville to move forward with Pace Switch Atlantic, we still need to sign a service agreement and allocate funds to partially fund the program. If you remember, there's 3 parties that fund. We provide a portion, another investor, and the organization as well. And as the municipality, we are to hold liens on the residential properties who are participating in the program. In the results, that funds remain unpaid. So throughout this journey of PACE, there's definitely been lots of questions from the staff level and lots of questions from the council level, which makes complete sense. This is not a program that you normally hear of or a structure that we normally hear of, so it's valid that we have questions. We want to understand what's happening. So there has been a lot of back and forth with PACE Switch Atlantic, and as staff, we've been in conversations with a lot of municipalities who have the program as well. This includes West Hants and their uptake throughout it. So just to further dive into that, kind of the where we've been piece of it, within that original exploration at the time in 2016 to 2019, FCM did have funding available for municipalities to access to really offer that low interest rate or 0% interest rate to community members to implement a PACE program and kind of prioritize the energy savings within their community. Since 2016, 2019, a lot of things in the world have changed. As a council and as a community, we've navigated a global pandemic, and most of these PACE meetings were in those online Zoom calls for you, and that's also really impacted not only the interest rates within our communities and with our banks and whatnot, it also impacts our cost of living, and as mentioned at the beginning of the report, also the cost of energy within our community. So as a result of that, it is changing what a PACE program could look like for Kentville and what we would have to charge for an interest rate. So on the 3rd page within that, there's some bold things at the top for you that we really want to name, that if Kentville is to move forward with Switch Pace Atlantic to offer a PACE program within Kentville, we would need to allocate $300,000 over 3 years towards the program. We would have to have a minimum of 8% interest rate for residents, and the minimum 8% interest rate would provide a rate of return equal to the lost interest rate on revenue of the allocated $300,000 within our own investments. Additionally, there would be a 5% project administration fee that's charged by Switch Pace Atlantic to the homeowner or the property owner that would be included in the process to be financed. And at this time, in regards to FCM funding, if it's available to help cover that $300,000 for Kentville, FCM is no longer accepting only PACE program applications. They require you, the quote is to go beyond PACE. And when you inquire about what beyond PACE necessarily means, it is asking municipalities to have an innovative, robust approach to their community energy systems. That PACE is, if you choose to move forward with PACE and FCM funding, that it is only a piece of the puzzle. It cannot be your sole applicant to that funding to cover that $300,000. And that even highlights some of the work that Sophia and Elliot can do for us on trying to find funding and whatnot, or other opportunities as well. So in regards to the budget history and what we've already spent on PACE, so right now that $300,000 we have not allocated, but in the past, in total, we have put towards about $33,000 towards PACE Switch Atlantic. $15,000 of that was grant funding through Efficiency Nova Scotia, so $18,000 has been allocated by the town of Kentville. And this was really to cover, we would have to do that for the launch of the program. So at this time, if we move forward with the $300,000, that portion of what the rollout would look like is covered. In terms of the website development, if you've seen West Hants, it would essentially be copy paste with a few more Kentville colors, just to make it look like our own. And that's similar for most communities. Even if you look at Wolfville's or any in PEI, Colchester's is the one that looks very different from the rest of us. So these are some pieces that we really want to contribute to the conversation. And before moving into naming the kind of the 5 avenues we've put in front of you, when you look at the existing energy savings program in Appendix A, so programs like this are also tied to a PACE program through what they call an energy concierge or coach. So if Kentville opts in to partner with PACE Switch Atlantic to offer this program, any community member could give them a call and they can help navigate all of these avenues that are available. I do want to name at this time that service alone also exists outside of PACE Switch Atlantic. Communities such as Bridgewater right now are partnering with Efficiency One to have their own in-house energy coach to help community members navigate those specific programs. So Bridgewater doesn't necessarily have a PACE program, but they are using an energy coach program to help folks navigate. The biggest one I do want to point out on Appendix A, especially as public figures in our community, the home warming program is fairly new to Nova Scotia and is targeted to low-income renters, sort of those folks who do fall through the cracks on a lot of these home retrofit programs are specifically targeted to home ownership. So I do really want to name that program where it's fairly new and it is having high uptake, but the higher the uptake, hopefully the increase of funding put towards it. But it is intended for those who have less autonomy over their energy systems. And many folks are probably aware of the HARP program that has rolled over the past few years from the provincial government that was topped up last year as well. So there is a section for residential programs, the rebates, as well as commercial multi-use. Some feedback that we got from West Hants when we're talking about PACE is they also think about immediately as they entered the residential program, they were asked to think about what does a commercial program look like from the municipality. So West Hants is starting to have those questions come to them as well. And so they did name that early on. They said if you're thinking about doing this, we would encourage you to consider what your answer might be to if you're considering a commercial program of the similar level or if there is opportunities to promote some existing. So I did name 5 existing programs there that if we do start to get questions around commercial support for efficiency retrofits, there are some options available to you as councillors if folks are inquiring to start referencing if needed. And as well in the appendix, one piece that stands out to staff quite a lot is in regards to West Hants, who has been our partner along the way and very supportive as we're navigating this section of our PACE journey. They are the folks noted on here with one of the highest interest rates. It's just under double the ones that exist. They've only had it rolling for about a year and they've funded 9 heat pumps so far and they predict to do about the same. What stood out to us as staff is within the other communities, you have a lower interest rate. And at this time, PACE Switch Atlantic has been really promoting how folks have been repaying and been able to provide that return. We don't have the data for interest rates that are above 4.75. And for Kentville, again, our minimum would have to be 8%. You see Kentville, or sorry, I feel like I'm saying too many community names right now. For West Hants, you do see that 8.5. So we don't actually have a lot of data on the return when the interest rate is that high. So I do want to name that right off the bat. And additionally, in communicating with the other communities, some were able to provide what percentage it is of their annual budget. You can see Wolfville's is quite high in comparison to West Hants. And additionally, within our partnership with West Hants, they were also asked to contribute $300,000, and as were we. And I want to name, we do have a very different tax base. They have 26,000 residents and we have 6,000 residents. So having that same number moving forward looks very different for each community. And I'm sure as all of you are aware, being a town, you are required to offer a lot of different services than the county might have to. So even that in terms of funding, I just want to acknowledge when we're talking about allocating $300,000 as a town-sized municipality. So within the discussion, there's a few directions that staff are putting in front of council to discuss this evening. And again, our request is really for direction. So within the first one, Given that we've been involved in this program for about 8 years, again, we're asking for direction on next steps, and we've provided a few options moving forward for council to consider. So number one is to complete and implement the existing PACE program with Switch PACE Atlantic. If council decides to proceed with this, $300,000 would need to be allocated over 3 years for the program duration, and the sources of this fund could come from one of the following. Could be capital reserves, perpetual fund investment, external grant funding once secured by staff, or by debt. When we do want to acknowledge that when we commit this, it is fully allocated and cannot be utilized for alternative purposes during those 3 years. Additionally, the next piece here is to initiate a Kentville Energy Coach program, similar to the example we named with Bridgewater. We could proceed with a energy coach service. We have checked in with Switch PACE Atlantic, and they did give a ballpark price of what it might look like through the year, though within this recommendation, we would definitely research other providers as well, Efficiency One being a possibility within that, though the estimated cost by Switch PACE Atlantic would be between $12,000 to $15,000 a year. They did say that they would charge by call, so it wouldn't be a set rate, so we would really see in that first 3 months what it might look like, and again, in any program like that, you'll have more uptake right off the bat, and it might deteriorate, similar to how Marty's numbers changed. Often a program like that, its numbers might change as well. So that is an option in front of council. Then we do have an opportunity to collaborate with neighboring municipalities, and if council decides to direct staff that way, we will explore other opportunities that is focused on reducing lower energy cost. This one could land in a variety of options, but as Sophia and Elliot mentioned, there is a large amount of funding available, unlike in 2016, unlike in 2020, that really changes the landscape for what we have access to as municipalities, what we can tap into, and what programs or infrastructure we might be able to implement that we haven't had funding for before. And then an additional option is to discontinue the PACE program and to direct staff not to move forward in partnership with PACE Switch Atlantic, and there would be no additional budget implications of the such. So at this time, again, we're asking for directions. From a staff perspective, we're currently recommending that we move forward in collaboration with neighboring municipalities to explore options that would help lower the energy cost of residents. That was many words all at once, and this is a very large project. So as questions come up, I am going to lean on our staff team a bit, particularly Director Matthews and the CAO, and I do want to name that Jennifer West definitely helped in preparing this program, where she has been through a lot of the history with it. So for me, it was going into a lot of the files and seeing all your emotions, so I will do my best to answer questions, and if there is a moment I need to redirect, I'll name that at that time.
All right, thank you very much for that very thorough report and provision of links and other data. So I do see questions here. However, we will put a motion on the floor before we take questions with regards to it. So based on the recommendation that we have, a motion coming out of CAC would be directing the CAO to collaborate with neighboring municipalities, staff to explore opportunities to assist residents to lower their energy cost. Would anyone make that motion? Councillor Huntley, thank you. In the second, Councillor York, thank you. So it has been moved and seconded that CAC direct the CAO to collaborate with neighboring municipality staff to explore opportunities to assist residents to lower their energy costs. And open the floor for discussion now. Councillor Zabian.
Thanks, Mayor Snow, and thanks, Alicia. You always give it your all. That's great. A couple questions. Did I hear you that you said that West Hanson, the year that they've had this, they've had less than 9 applicants?
They've done 9 heat pumps.
Okay.
Yeah.
So less than, at least 9 people or less. And some of them might have 2, right?
Yeah, they did say they expect to do only about the same in the next year.
Wow, that's not a lot. 26,000 people too.
Yeah.
And how long is the window we have with that application? I know we applied like 2 years ago, but how long is that open?
The FCM?
Yeah, without having to apply again and pay another fee.
So we applied and got that funding, so
Right.
that was really for the developmental
Right,
costs, so that
okay.
doesn't go at all towards our 300,000. So our developmental cost is good to go if we said, we want PACE today.
Right.
We just have to review the current service agreement with the updated interest rate.
Okay.
With Switch PACE Atlantic, and then allocate the 300,000. We
What-
wouldn't be using additional funds.
Right,
for
what I guess
startup.
what I meant is the application fee, because I think we paid 15,000 to apply, so is there gonna come a point when they're gonna say you have to apply again, your time's up?
From my understanding,
Okay,
no, that
okay.
those costs are now covered.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the other question was, have there been any conversations with maybe the town of Wolfville or with any other units on how they are with collecting payment and how that's working? Is it, probably
Yeah.
cons with it too, so.
Wolfville's at an interesting state. They're just ending their PACE program, or their initial version of it. I did work for Wolfville when they started it.
Okay.
What we're really hearing from them, and their biggest recommendation was that if you move forward with a PACE program in Kentville with PACE Switch Atlantic, they really encourage that, though it's low barrier financing and the intent is to not really have screening, they recommend that you do have some screening for level of income, that they found that they felt the uptake was maybe they had a 0% interest.
Right.
And they felt like the uptake was maybe participated in with community members who probably could have taken on a 2% interest or a 3% interest. So that was their biggest recommendation so far. They did have a bigger uptake from West Hants. They had, in 2022, they had 25 projects completed. I believe their final reporting is coming soon to council. Wolfville is an odd anomaly. If you look at the appendix, they ended up contributing $1 million to the program, and they had a 0% interest rate. Part of their $1 million was funded by FCM because they were involved in that kind of 2018, 2019, where you could just use FCM funding, no other additional projects towards it. I feel like I'm straying away from your question.
No, I think if we were in a situation like Wolfville and we had that FCM money, it would be a no-brainer, but I just, anyway. Thank you for your answers.
No worries. What I do know is their staff is recommending a very similar piece to us, is to review the program and review what neighboring municipalities are doing moving forward. But we will stay tuned for what their final reports look like.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Just a note on the Wolfville. So on the FCM website, there is information about the Wolfville project because they had the fastest and highest uptick of any PACE program in Canada when they rolled it out.
It was gone in a year.
Exactly, exactly, and that was $1 million gone. And Kentville had that same opportunity. However, the advice we were provided before we went ahead was for us to not take advantage of it, and we did not at that time. So that's why we ended up with the PACE switch with West Hants. So that's just to provide a little detail there. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Alicia, great presentation, very thorough, so thank you for that. Did we ever do any sort of community engagement about this? And I'm trying to think back over the last 8 years, but just sort of like an expression of interest of sorts with the public to see if they're, just to gauge the interest level.
That's a great question. Within what I dove in, I didn't see any PACE-specific engagements, but what I do recall from last year's community survey that happened in September, there was a section on energy and home energy, and if you were interested in energy upgrades. The number is not currently in my brain, but there definitely was interest from community, and there was also a lot of community members who have used existing rebates. If I remember, there was a question on how you I don't think it was necessarily heated, but the energy type of your home and if you had used rebates. But I can look back in to confirm the numbers of that from the resident survey. And then I also think a lot to some of the engagements that the students did in March of this year, when they did the 35 interviews with community groups. Definitely like transportation and energy and walkability and all those pieces were coming up from community, just with interest from like kind of that larger community scale concept. But what Sophia and Elliot were also speaking to through the QUEST program, that QUEST program allows us to do energy benchmarking, which is engagements in community on how they want to envision community energy, how they want energy to be operated in their homes. It's more of a a broader brush program, and there are there are examples from New Brunswick on what those benchmark programs look like. So maybe at the stage we should share, come back to council with an example of what the benchmarks look like that they provide. Engagements like that are better made possible when we have that extended capacity through them. But in terms of PACE-specific engagements, nothing quite jumped out to me. However, for those of you in the room who have been in here since 2016, if you recall anything, please feel free to speak to it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
2018, Culkin Building, when we used to have that center spot and we had done 5 public engagements, and one of them was on PACE, and it was before we filled in all the FCM stuff, and an engineering firm also provided updates. You'll recall we had seen them in here numerous times, so this would have been when CAO Phillips was here. And so it would have been the fall of 2018, and it would have been done in the Culkin Building. Yeah. Councillor York.
Thank you. Thank you. That was thorough, to say the least. But the 47% of our residents experiencing energy poverty is a sobering statistic. I think it's fair to say that within that 47%, there's probably folks who are experiencing it a little bit more acutely than others. And we know that folks are choosing between power and food and prescriptions. So I am optimistic and hopeful that the next steps will include ways that we can help support that group specifically beyond heat pumps, or something a little bit more safety net-esque than a heat pump, because that 47% is horrifying. And it's likely to get worse.
Yeah, and we that number is mirrored in a lot of neighboring municipalities and in a lot across Nova Scotia. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Alicia. That's a fantastic report. Really appreciate it. All of these programs are based on pretty much income level. And that's what Wolfield's recommending to us, is to base it on income level. And they're usually directed at getting the heat pump and getting it installed. But what I'm hearing is that a big cost is the switchover of people's electrical. So many times people have to put new electrical panels in and have their house almost rewired to do this, and that's a huge cost that I think holds many people, especially middle income bracket people, back from making the switch. Is there's so many older homes, not just in Kentville, but all across Nova Scotia, and I think one of the things that we really need to be looking at, and maybe collaborating with neighboring municipalities can help on that, but I really think we have to address the electrical and what's going into the home for electrical, and how much new panels and rewiring and all of that is costing people. So I think collaborating is a good idea to see what we can come up with. When I look at all the rebate programs and everything that are available, and a lot of them, again, directed at lower income, middle income is being left out. And so if you're on a middle income, you're looking at buying the heat pump, you're looking at having it installed, and you're also looking at upgrading your electrical and maybe putting in new electrical panels. That is a lot for a middle income family, or even one single person to look after. So I'm kind of leaning that way, because there are so many other factors that we don't think about when we look at upgrading our heating system and cooling system. It's much more than that. It includes that electrical piece.
Yeah, it's true that a lot of these programs are targeted at certain income level, and this one is a small one, but I definitely selfishly use it all the time. But if anyone hasn't used the Efficiency Nova Scotia program, when they come into your house and actually physically do the changes for you, I'm a renter, and they just wrapped our heat pump, and it makes or not our heat pump, I've said that word too much, our hot water heater, and it makes a huge difference. So pieces like that, they come in and do for free. And I do want to name, in terms of the collaboration piece, it doesn't necessarily mean that we wouldn't end up coming forward with that energy coach program. That may, even if we directed, let's say as council, you said you'd like a Kentville energy coach program, well, we as staff will go do that. I do want to name that if we lean towards the collaborative approach, that's also something that maybe we do reach out to Bridgewater and say, hey, we're seeing you do this thing. What would it look like to partner? So I just want to name that. Not necessarily that would for sure be a partnership, but that could be examples of what a collaboration could look like. And we also have new expertise who joined us as someone who's been involved with the area before. So we've got some expertise on the team to help lead that as well.
Councillor Huntley.
Thank you. Alicia, hi.
Hi.
I have a question, and I didn't see it in here, but is there a cap on the amount that could be funded to individuals?
We can decide that.
Okay.
Yeah, so that can be part of our bylaw. And so our bylaw right now is still, it was drafted in 2016. It has gone through a second reading of council, and I think it needs a final formalization and probably likely a review. If we're to move forward with a PACE program, we should review our bylaw to make sure it matches our needs now. Maybe there's some integration of electric costs in it, and within that we can set, other municipalities have set a cap cost as well, so we can help, we can determine that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, thank you very much, Alicia, for that very thorough report. I just want to highlight the one about home warming because, as you'll recall from our low carbon leadership conference last week, they were talking about that and how it has expanded. And for Councillor Maxwell, they are talking about pushing income levels into the mid-range. So, and it can be two incomes. So that was, and both of them at mid-range. Not a combined total. So that made quite a significant difference. So we do have some really good residential programs. Is there any way that, beyond this report, that we could have this page put on our Town of Kentville website so that people who are currently looking at this can get access to it? Because one thing of note, and I think Councillor Zabian brought it up, was just the interest rate of 8%. I know that, Nova Scotia Power and Efficiency Nova Scotia both have much lower interest rates than that for loans. So, I don't know what a bank loan would be to get here, but 8% is huge from where we were in 2016 to 2018 time period. So if there are no further questions, I would call the question, and is that CAC direct the CAO to collaborate with neighboring municipalities, staff to explore opportunities to assist residents to lower their energy costs. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. And the motion is carried. Thank you very much. And I guess you're staying up there,
I am.
Alicia?
Yeah.
All right.
Okie doke. So the next piece was chatted about at the beginning of the meeting. It was moved from in camera to this section for the evening. And it's in regards to some correspondence that has been in front of you since 2023. So for this rural tax rate report, we do want to reference back to some correspondence that have come from community members in the spring, I believe it was, of 2023 regarding the properties on Harrington Road, which is Colebrook area. However, it is within the Town of Kentville limits, which is southwest of the 101. So you do have the PIDs listed under there, and I do want to note that two of the PIDs are not residential. One is provincial land, so they're exempt from tax, and another is resource taxable. And then the additional properties are residential. So the origin of this is coming from a request for decision that's been in front of council in both June 2023 and October 2023 regarding a rural tax rate originally proposed specifically for those properties, but now reframed for the Town of Kentville as a whole in case there's other properties either now or in the future that then meet those criteria that are to be developed. But from a historical perspective, those properties were part of the town of Kentville prior to the development of the 101, which was built in the 60s. So that did put a divide within our community and accessing what it looks like for transportation-wise for those properties since then. So residents of the properties have since submitted correspondence requesting to be annexed to Kings County. The individuals were naming that they were paying town of Kentville taxes, required to vote in the town of Kentville. However, their community feels like Kings County, and they are receiving Kings County services such as snow removal, and they do have their own well and septic systems, which is different in comparison to other community members within the town of Kentville. As staff, we want to name that in order to annex the properties to Kings County, we would have to go through essentially the same process as amalgamation and do all those due processes of what that looks like, though this is very different than a really large-scale amalgamation. It still requires all the same steps to transfer those properties, and on a micro level, a transfer such as that would require updates with Valley Waste. Their waste systems would change, their voting would change provincially and locally and federally, etc. So there's some follow-up pieces within that. So within the correspondence and within that a request for a decision that's been provided by the mayor previously. There's been a proposal to create a rural tax rate for the town of Kentville. So from a policy perspective, a new policy would have to be developed and approved by council, and any residents on properties that would be impacted would be informed of the changes. So from a discussion perspective, there are sort of two options here. Council can direct the CAO, I guess is perhaps the better wording than I have here as staff, to propose a rural tax rate for the town of Kentville, or you could direct to research and propose other options that do not include a rural tax rate. So at this time, we do, as staff, we recommend that we develop and propose a rural tax rate to bring back to you. And to help within this discussion, I've included the budget implications. So we do have the properties named here. What they pay individually in taxes is blacked out. However, you see the final cost there. And underneath, you can see the 32% that's allocated to external commitments and partnerships of just over $6,000. And then the 86% that's allocated for salaries and expenses, contracts and commitments internally. So that's about just over $13,000. So this is the dollar amount we're talking about in regards to changing taxes. At this time, we don't have the numbers for what a rural tax rate could look like, but if provided that direction, we can take these numbers and provide you with examples on how that would change. It would mean that for those community members, they would still remain residents of the town of Kentville, and we can, through research, maybe discuss what options would look like within that. And so attached to this report, you also have those existing correspondence from the community members that were there for review, as well as the previous RFD. So, and within the MGA, we can set a rural tax rate within the town of Kentville. So that is some more information provided to you tonight. And if you have some questions, happy to answer to provide clarity.
All right, thank you very much for that report, Alicia. And as you'll see by the signatures on those RFDs, I submitted them. I will also preface to council that this has been ongoing since 2017, when there was consideration of doing a kind of I guess a friendly handover to Kings County, but that was not the way to go, because as Alicia has expressed, there's annexation and it's a whole UARB process, so that didn't work. So it just made more sense from discussion to change and have a rural tax rate. So based on the recommendation that we've been provided, put a motion on the floor for discussion, is that CAC recommends approval of a rural tax rate and further directs staff to draft a bylaw to effect the changes to the residential properties on Harrington Road to council. I've got at next council meeting, but I don't know that that's, how about if we just leave that open, CAO? Would that work best for you? Okay, so the motion would be that CAC recommends approval of a rural tax rate and further directs staff to draft a bylaw to effect the changes to residential properties on Harrington Road to council. Someone move that? Councillor Huntley, thank you. And for the second? Councillor York, thank you. It has been moved and seconded that CAC recommends approval of a rural tax rate and further directs staff to draft a bylaw to effect the changes to the residential properties on Harrington Road to council. Open for discussion. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have maybe it's a comment and then a question. So the changes to the operating budget, albeit would be modest, just based on that one road. But if we implemented a rural tax rate, and I know it sounds like I'm just trying to go through this methodically, but I'm just re-looking at this again today. I'm assuming it would apply to all of the boundaries around Kentville that would be annexed with the county, correct? Like, it's not just this one road?
From my understanding, we would make a policy for a rural tax rate for the town of Kentville, but I will defer to the CAO to confirm.
It's only these properties.
Oh,
These are the only properties that if you look at the map.
Yes,
they are
and I didn't have a chance
They
to look at it
actually
today,
are in the town of Kentville boundary. And when the 101 went through, it cut them off.
Okay.
And the only way that you can get to those properties is up Old English Mountain Road.
Right.
So they receive no services from us. It's, I'm going to say it's comparable to, in the business park, the properties on the Harrington Road side that belong to the county. So they have properties that seem like they should be in Kentville, and we have properties that seem like they should be in Kings County. But this rural tax rate would only apply to those.
Okay.
And I'm saying 6, but the residential properties that are on Harrington Road that are within the boundaries of the town of Kentville.
Okay. I wasn't sure because I hadn't looked at
this does not apply to any other
It's
property
just-
in the boundaries of the town of Kentville.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you for that clarification.
And maybe for clarity, I guess I say the full town of Kentville, if you like project maybe 50, 60 years, let's say our border changes or whatnot, and maybe we gain new property that, from my understanding, the policy would exist for the town, but right now it really just impacts those 6 properties.
Thank you. Just germane. Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the policy would exist. The reason we're looking at these properties is the anomaly that they were bisected and separated from the town with the construction of the 101. If there were similar occurrences in the future, then the application could be made and the town council could consider. I would not like to see us develop policies that are just strictly to individual residents. Again, they have. As the mayor had suggested, they are isolated from the town and I believe receive their road servicing through TIR and through applications to the county. It's been ongoing for a number of years, and this provides a mechanism that is allowed in the MGA to deal with this specific issue. But if similar circumstances arose in the future, council could give consideration to those properties as well.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you. Do we know if there are any other areas in town that are on septic systems and not getting plowed by the town of Kentville? Do we know if there's any other homes within our boundaries?
There is one other home that is on a septic system up Prospect, just this side of Deer Haven. However, all other services are town of Kentville.
Okay. And is there a possibility of more houses being built in that area where these houses are? Could more lots be sold there to build more houses?
All the lots are designated, so the ones that are residential are residential. The one that has no housing on is forest.
Okay.
So that would have to go through a rezoning with council and would require council's approval.
But there's no vacant land that could be built, somebody could buy a piece of property there and build a home on it?
I mean, they could bisect because some of these lots are 4 acres, so they could, and bisect is the wrong word, I'm sorry. Subdivide the land and build another house, CAO.
So there would be some potential for that, and they would then fall under the rural tax rate in that area, but those taxes would come to the town. They wouldn't go to the county. But it would, the area you can see that is available for that to occur on.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Zabian.
Thank you. So, yeah, I don't remember seeing these letters, but I probably did, I just can't remember. But from all, and some of them are old anyway, from several years ago, so I wouldn't have seen them. They all want to be part of the county, so my confusion is now, if there's major infrastructure there, we're still responsible as a town? We still have to foot the bill, or is that,
There is no infrastructure.
there's nothing we have to do there?
We don't even plow there.
Oh, I know we don't plow, but there's nothing, if the road needed to be paved, it wouldn't be on us?
No, it's
Or-
it's Old English Mountain Road.
So we do not provide maintenance to the roads in that subsection. Is that correct, Director?
That is correct, yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
Is there any further, and the other thing as well is that the county tax rate would be plus mandatories. So the provincial mandatories, so when we look at our tax rate, it's $1.40, and then we put our mandatories on it, and it rolls out to $1.52. For them, it would be whatever is suggested plus the mandatories, because they're still in Kings County, so the fire rate would still be the same as the town of Kentville, and they would still pay the education mandatory. So that would be plus when this decision comes back from staff. But again, staff will be making a further recommendation. This is just to get the ball rolling. CAO, did you have anything you wanted to add on this matter?
No, I believe all the questions the council have had has been answered.
All right, if there's no further questions, are you ready for the question? And the question is that CAC recommends approval of the rural tax rate and further directs staff to draft a bylaw to affect the changes to the residential property on Harrington Road to council. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed, and the motion is carried. Thank you. All right, staff reports have been presented and are now part of the record of this meeting. Staff, thank you very much for your reports and your attendance this evening. All right, we have no unfinished business, and the correspondence that we have pertains to an in-camera item and is not part of this meeting. However, we do have new business, and the first.
Recipients of the scholarship and bursaries.
Yep, new business.
New business? Oh, sorry to interrupt.
Okay, so now we're moving on to new business. And Councillor Maxwell will present the report on the student bursaries.
Thank you, and sorry for the interruption. This year we had 8 applicants from various schools around our area. The committee itself consists of retired teachers from the town of Kentville. Myself, I chair this committee. Mrs. Wendy Hood is also on this committee, and Mrs. Marina DeWolf. And we also have a couple of spares in case somebody can't attend our once-a-year meeting. The committee met on May 23rd, and we looked at all the various people that were applicants that were submitted, and we awarded the NOLA Folker Hill Scholarship of $1,500 to Jane Melley from NECEC, and she's going to Dalhousie for a medical science degree. And this Noel Folker Hill Award is recommended that be given to someone, you know, going into the health profession. And so that was our recipient there. The bursaries, we give 3 bursaries every year, $500 bursaries. And the bursaries went to Locke Albrecht at Central Kings, and he's going to Holland College for paramedics. Hannah Jane Wheaton was at NECEC, and she is going to St. Yves for biology. And Lily Hare Marsters is from NECEC, and she is going to St. Yves for human kinetics. This year, we had a one-time special bursary given to Lily Matheson Wood from Horton, and she is attending Ballet Jorgen's Summer Dance Intensive 4 in Toronto. And this is a very prestigious ballet school. It's very expensive for people to attend. And so Lily is going there with the hopes of using this dance ballet that she's been involved in for a long time within the community to help teach and coach and so on. So we awarded that to her as well. So we're very proud of the recipients. We're proud of all of the people who submitted applications this year. Amazing marks. I mean, it's very, very difficult to determine who is going to get these awards and not. Our students are just fantastic, and you know, I just couldn't say enough about them. We're very, very fortunate to have the young people in our community that we do have, and I'm sure that these particular people will go on and do amazing things. So I think of Anita Anand, who went to KCA and, you know, has gone on to become someone that everybody knows who she is now. So I'm sure that these people will as well. So just wanted to let everybody know and people to know who those recipients were this year.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Maxwell. Are there any questions for the councillor with regards to these bursaries? If there are no questions, I will say that I attended the KCA Grade 8 graduation, and Lockie Albrecht came up to me and thanked council for considering him. So as you say, Councillor Maxwell, we have some pretty amazing young people in our town, and the fact that we have the ability to help them with their secondary, or I guess their post-secondary education is pretty amazing. So thank you for the work on this committee. Thank you. All right, moving right along, our next order of business is with regards to a request for decision that came from Deputy Mayor, and it's with regards to a change to the Chapter 63 bylaw. And Deputy Mayor, if you wish to speak to this.
Sure, I'll just do a brief synopsis. So this was sort of brought to me over the last number of months. I'll probably say somewhere between 8 and 12 months. So this is to bring a request for decision to consider discussing and perhaps sending back to staff for research and recommendation around the Chapter 63 bylaw that we have on curb and sidewalk charges. So after some discussions with Kentville residents who happen to reside, I will say, in the west end of Kentville, I took it upon myself to meet with CAO Lawrence and Director Bell. And Director Bell essentially responded to me in the manner of that he had requested the Deputy Clerk Jennifer to look into any newer bylaws or policies. As Council may or may not remember, there was an update to policy that sidewalks are now required after being removed in the 2010s on one side of all future collector roads, but the only adopted bylaw is the one that we have attached. So he further went on to say that that they are not required, sidewalks are not required on local roads, such as McDonald Park Road and or Dalhousie, and that he speaks about Kirsten making recommendations with regards to public petitions, etc., but we have not had any changes to that bylaw. This is an email that came from a resident in that area. That she would is looking for council to look at this bylaw, and essentially just to open the conversation by revisiting the Town of Kentville bylaw, Chapter 63, curb and sidewalk charges, which currently states that the cost of the work shall be paid by the owners, 100%. She had sent myself some detailed results of the survey that the residents of Dalhousie and McDonald Park showed interest to have a sidewalk. And for this purpose, it suffices to state here that 82% on Dalhousie and 75% on McDonald Park Road would like more information on this issue. She refers to other towns in Nova Scotia that with their bylaw have a co-shared agreement with their town, which ranges from residents paying 50% of materials and labor up to a maximum of 300,000, whichever is less, to towns that pay for sidewalks through regular capital budgets, et cetera, if council deems the sidewalk is necessary. And she ends her email by talking about, while Kentville grows, that the importance of safety cannot be stressed enough. When one of those priorities puts the welfare of citizens first, the town is undoubtedly seen as a proactive town, which consequently attracts more people. And in her opinion, sidewalks are a crucial part of the town's growth. So my wish was to bring this before council to consider the request and to have a discussion as to whether we collectively wish to send this back to staff for additional work on the subject matter. Thank you for allowing me to bring this forward.
All right, Deputy Mayor, so based on your recommendation of the decision requested, the motion is that CAC direct the CAO to determine the financial implication of amending the Chapter 63 bylaw and provide a recommendation on amending the bylaw to council. Are you prepared to move that?
I am, yes, thank you.
Thank you. And for the second? Councillor York, thank you. It has been moved and seconded that CAC direct the CAO to determine the financial implications of amending the Chapter 63 bylaw and provide a recommendation on amending the bylaw to council. Is there any discussion on this matter? Councillor Maxwell.
Yeah, I understand why people want sidewalks in their residential areas. I really do. However, if we look at our town, there are many subdivisions in our town. Many, many, many subdivisions. And we need to look at the financial implications of putting sidewalks in all of the subdivisions. And then look at where we're going in this town, because, you know, we don't want our taxes raised, we don't, you know, and, you know, we want our rink fixed, and our pool needs to be fixed, and our infrastructure needs to be fixed, and, you know, we're not a well of money here, and to me, I just think, yeah, I mean, there's subdivisions in our town that don't even have proper curbs. And, you know, I just think that, while it would be nice to do this, I just don't see where the funding comes to open this up to every subdivision. But certainly our CAO could look at it, but I think we would have to have a cost where every subdivision was done.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. So yes, I understand what Councillor Maxwell was saying, and certainly understand it and appreciate it and agree with it. I think the idea of this request for decision is really just to get a sense of, to look at what some of the other municipalities do, and to give us some options on a way forward if we do choose to amend this bylaw and what it would look like. That's really the purpose of moving this forward if it is the wish of the majority of council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zabiel.
Thank you, Mayor Snow. I like Councillor Maxwell. I can appreciate everybody wants a sidewalk. Where we live, we have really big wide roads, and I'd love to see a sidewalk in there, but I think right now, with the amount that we have on our docket, just with stormwater and everything else, and probably sidewalks probably should have been put in 25, 30 years ago when these subdivisions were started. It'd be a luxury now, because I'm pretty sure that the citizens aren't going to want to pay 100% of this cost. I mean, you're going to get, you know, if there's 100 homes in a subdivision or 200 homes, you've got to get enough of them that are going to want to pay, and then the ones that don't want to pay are going to have to pay anyway, and they're not going to want to pay. And I just think right now the timing is probably off on this, just my 2 cents. But I can definitely appreciate the need of it, and I can appreciate you bringing it forward, Deputy Mayor. I just think perhaps the timing of this decision coming forward, or even to take the time to look into it, is probably off, but that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. So I don't support opening Chapter 63 bylaw, and my reasons for that is that right now in the town, we have a very high standard, and we ensure that that standard is met in all of our builds. And as such, if somebody or if a community wants something extra, I believe that they should pay for it, as we've seen in other parts of our town, because we do have members or community members, taxpayers, who are paying curb rates. And so for that reason, I think that it's a fair way that if a community wants to do something specific in their part of the community, that they pay for it. I don't think that the entire town of Kentville should be on the hook to pay for a sidewalk, and particularly a sidewalk that goes to nowhere. My concern is that the town has been very we've been very pedantic in the way that we've done our planning for sidewalks and for AT. And we've ensured that everything meets and that it takes us someplace. And this has been, you know, our building factor in everything that we've done with these new subdivisions as they've gone in, is to ensure that we have the trails and that things are connected. But when we build a sidewalk that goes nowhere, it goes nowhere. And I realize that it does make the area safer, but I think that as a town, and particularly in residential areas where the streets belong to the town, and we could reduce the speed limits on those residential streets to say 35 kilometers an hour instead of 50, we would have that right. And I think that a sign would be a lot less expensive than building a sidewalk. The other thing to remember is that unless a sidewalk is connecting to AT, so active transportation, the town would have to pay 100% of the cost of that. So if we change the bylaw, then it means that we're paying 100%, particularly for these sidewalks that don't connect to anything. However, if there was a place where a sidewalk could connect and we could get funding to connect it into the AT, then, you know, that provides a little different lens on things. But I feel that this is a fair bylaw that assesses the cost to the folks who are looking for the extra benefit. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I realize it's the last time I'll speak on this. So I think it's important for Mayor and Council to know that bringing this request for decision forward was really about having some staff input on it with regards to other municipalities and what they do. So I do understand the cost implications with it. I do understand the timing of it. I do understand that there is a lot of pressure on our capital budget, infrastructure. I understand all of that. This was really more to get more information and better information, good decisions. So that's really where it was stemming from.
All right.
So thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Zabia.
Thank you, Mayor Snow, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will support getting more information, I guess, on what other units do. That's, yeah, a logical step. And then I guess good information is always good to have, so thank you.
Councillor York?
Thank you. When we looked at this before, I believe it was interim CAO Bedingfield who was here at the time, or perhaps she was speaking to it, so my apologies, I can't quite remember. But one of the things that I had brought forward as just a sticking point was that we have sidewalks in neighborhoods that exist, but then don't continue throughout. So specifically thinking of Prospect, where it goes up to Academy and then it full stop at that juncture. Above it becomes much more residential. So there are areas in town that are inadequately sidewalked, and we had begun the process and we have identified it as needing a sidewalk. I just don't know that we've fulfilled our end of the bargain. So if in in the process of looking at this sort of stuff, if staff could also take a look at what we had for recommendations for our own internal policies around where and when sidewalks would be built or stopped, or that would be appreciated. And perhaps it is somewhere already, and I just haven't read it, and that's a likely possibility. Thank you.
Thank you. CAO, based on the discussion that has just occurred, if this goes to staff, do you have enough information to come back to us with, I guess...
So my understanding with where the motion is now is that really what you're looking at is what other towns do for financing of sidewalks on local streets, not collectors, not arterial, but on local streets. Is that accurate?
Deputy Mayor?
Yes, that would be accurate, and then to end would be your recommendation as staff. Thank you.
So yes, we could bring that information back to the September CAC meeting where we don't meet in August. It may be a sampling, it may be 50% of towns, it may be 100%, but it will be as significant enough sampling that we can rely on the data.
That's satisfactory?
Yes.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this matter? So the question is that CAC direct the CAO to determine the financial implications of amending the Chapter 63 bylaw and provide a recommendation on amending the bylaw to council. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed, and the motion is carried. I was, sorry, Council, I had asked Dave, Director Bell, for the cost of a sidewalk. And the number that he just gave me is $600 a meter. So that is typically the cost, and that's if there's no sidewalk existing. All right, so the motion is carried. Sorry about that. Members of the public are invited to speak to council on any agenda. Oh, sorry, Councillor Maxwell, go ahead.
Yes, when staff is looking into that, could they please factor in the maintenance for said sidewalks? So who is responsible for the maintenance of the sidewalk once it goes in, if residents pay for it?
So in the email, it mused about having residents responsible for sidewalks. I assume we're not interested in going down that path. So maintenance would be the responsibility of the town of Kentville. Unless council wants to give consideration to changing direction and having residents responsible and commercial businesses responsible for snow removal on sidewalks.
If I might just chime in on this. Property owners downtown are currently responsible for clearing sidewalks, even though the town plow goes around after a storm. But downtown, the property owners are responsible for clearing sidewalks in the town of Kentville.
All right. Is there anything further on that matter? No lights on. Okay, members of the public are invited to speak to council on any agenda item. You will be provided with 3 minutes to speak. Please provide your name and your high-level address prior to speaking.
My name is Ron Cousins. I want to explain why the town should not take my old growth forest away from me to make a road. Old forests provide unique habitats, structures, and ecological functions not available in younger stands of trees. Without older forest, we are going to lose more and more of our wildlife, old growth forests are worth a whole lot more for nature and us than younger forests. And I'd also like to say that the Nova Scotia government has a commitment to protect 20% of the province's land and water by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Robert McFadden, resident on School Street. I'm here today to discuss the proposed expropriation of Ron Cousins' land. As one of the future generations of this town, I am deeply invested in the decision made by Council. The development that would be impact an Acadian old-growth forest on his land is of great concern to me. While our town slogan, "A breath of fresh air," symbolizes the natural beauty and environmental quality we cherish, how we handle this issue will significantly affect the future, or my future, and the future of all residents in Kentville. The recent clearing of Spring Garden Road is already creating issues for residents downhill, particularly near School Street and Glenview Ave. The current newer culvert barely keeps up, and the town's solution seems to simply be backhoeing it out and moving on, hoping for the best. If this approach continues, I hope the integrity of the nearby power pole is also being monitored, as it is getting quite close to it. Without significant water drainage solutions down to Park Ave, this has led to an increased runoff and flooding problems. Addressing these existing infrastructure challenges should take precedent over the expropriation of additional land, especially considering the additional land they propose to take is the clear cut for the Don Hills Connector Road. We need to ensure that current projects are completed effectively and sustainably before embarking on new developments. And again, I urge Council to explore alternative solutions that preserve the integrity of the Acadian old-growth forest while respecting private property rights. After all, Kentville prides itself on, again, being a breath of fresh air. Let's make sure our decisions reflect that motto and preserve nature's beauty that defines our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Bennett, and I know we don't specifically have to say where we live now, but I do want to say I'm a resident of Condon Avenue. And me being here tonight is because I'm so interested in what is happening on my street. I'm really happy that the new pipe is going in, the infrastructure is going to take place. This weekend and last weekend was a source of stress, let me tell you, because every time we have heavy rain, it's just constantly going to the window. Is things going to be all right? Fortunately, they are. Our big new storm pipe that was put in a couple of years ago was completely clogged with rock and silt, but was cleaned. So fortunately, the rains that we've had have been very heavy, but they have been somewhat intermittent. So we've had 4 or 5 hours or whatever, then a stop, and then more would come, and that would go down the street. It was like, phew, we survived it again. However, as was mentioned previously, hurricane season is coming up. If we happen to get torrential rains like we did before, and our big new pipe did not handle that water, we flooded twice, even though we felt that that was going to be our fix on Condon Avenue, and it didn't work. So this new infrastructure going in, that's going to allow a big pipe not to go into a tiny pipe, but it's going to be in the same size pipe, I presume, maybe will prevent damage to your property, Councillor Gerard, and might prevent backup of silt and rocks and all that on our street. So it's been a very stressful few years for us on Condon, and I just want to say thank you that something is being done about this, and fingers crossed that is going to work for us. And I guess that's pretty much all I want to say, other than, I guess I'm spontaneous, no notes, so I'm sort of skipping around, excuse me. I am wondering if there is any way that you can speed up the start of this work before hurricane season would be absolutely wonderful. And then it would be less of a worry for us if we see the digger out there. I know it will cause a lot of disruption, but luckily our town is laid out in such a way that it seems that when things are going on, there's always ways to deviate. There's always streets that we can detour, and yes, nobody likes to have to do it, but it's a fact. I mean, sometimes we have to put up with things to make things better, right? So I urge you, if there's any way that you as a council can speed up this process, it would be appreciated by myself, and I know all my neighbors would really appreciate it as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have no in-camera this evening, and we have completed our agenda, so there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned, and the time is 8:42. Thank you very much.